This should be enough to build a new stomach.
Hello! And as soon as I start talking, I realize that the fucking captions moved over to the left again. How's it going? Thank you very much for the $10 donation, Taran. $10 should probably cover it, you're probably right. Went on a walk today, and we were bothered by a man who, it was unclear if he was actively under the influence of any kind of somethings, but, he asked Lawyer Dog if Lawyer Dog had any spare hats, because his hat was too big. He told us that it was his birthday, and he's going to a strip club, and he needs $30. And before, he didn't actually ask us for $30, but he was like, "It's my birthday," and then he was like, "What time is it?" And I didn't fall for it. I did not take my phone out of my pocket. I was like, "Oh, it's about, it's about this time." And he was like, "Oh." And he seemed disappointed by that. And he then told us about this club that he was going to and how it was $30. And then he kind of like started walking away as he started talking about how much he likes pussy. And then he like started approaching us again. And so Lawyer Dog just picked up Charlotte and we started walking away. And he didn't like that, but he didn't do anything about it. He like was very slowly following us, like very slowly walking in the same direction, trying to get our attention. We did not respond. But earlier on in the walk, the cool barber dude who lives down the street from us talked about how there are some folks who live a couple of houses down from us now. Like, some new folks just moved in. And hopefully they're nice. And he said they seem cool, and I believe him. Because he agrees that the people who live between that house and our house suck. Well, okay. Not necessarily that the people suck, but they take very poor care of their dogs, and he does not like that. You are very familiar with the "what time is it" racket? Yeah. For those who haven't heard that story, back in... So, I didn't grow up in the streets. I'm not tough. I'm not hardened. I'm a soft little white boy. I can I am but you know, I believe that I have developed enough awareness, you know? When people are up on me, then, you know, I try to keep a step or two away. I will keep my hand in my pocket over my phone. You know, just some basic stuff, just like, if this guy tries anything, I have, like, some very basic preparedness, you know? Because when I was in high school, I went to the movies with a couple of my friends. We went to see Horrible Bosses, I believe was the name of that movie. And I worked at the theater at the time, so I got us some hot deals on some tickets. We went to the movies, watched the movie, and it was okay. And then, as we were leaving the theater, I was like, I was like, hey, should we try and, like, call and get us picked up from here? And my friends were like, no, there's a bunch of us, we can just walk. And I was like, oh, okay. And then one of my friends, who was stupid and more evidently stupid here in a moment, he was like, oh, I know a shortcut. I know a quick way to get back to our neighborhood, because we all lived fairly close to each other. And I was like, all right. Because I didn't really walk home after work. I would get a ride after work, because it would be late. We started walking along, and basically as soon as we rounded the corner around this barrier, like, there was a wall around like the end of the plaza where this parking lot, where the theater was. Like, it was a shopping plaza kind of place, and then at the end of it there was the movie theater, and around the back of the movie theater there was a wall, so you can't see the garbage. And on the outside of that wall, along the sidewalk, there was a bunch of like bushes, shrubbery. And so as soon as we had walked around that wall, like, basically immediately, a group of people had, like, intermingled with our group. There was there 4 or 5 of us? I think there was 5 of us. I do not remember one. There was 4 or 5 of us. We'll just say that. And there was like 6 or 7 of them. And so this group had just, like, suddenly intermingled with us, and, like, once they had intermingled, they started keeping pace. And I was like, oh shit, this seems bad. This seems like a bad situation. So, hand in my pocket, just to try and, keep hold of stuff. I had a wallet chain at the time, so I felt very secure. Um, one of them asked the stupid friend, "Hey, what time you got?" And stupid friend pulls out his phone. And then all hell breaks loose. All of them, like, all of the people that had intermingled with our group, like, started, like, jostling us, like, pushing us around. One person had, like, reached into my pockets, but because my hand was on my phone, they weren't able to get that, and I didn't have anything else going on in my pocket, so they just, like, reached their hands into my pockets and then, like, backed off. I think the person who was on me was not actually interested in actually doing anything with this opportunity. And one of my friends who was part of our group, they were just like chatting this guy up until it happened, and then they just walked away from that guy. Like, that friend was so extremely unbothered. One friend threw his extra large, freshly refilled root beer at one of them, and then just disappeared into the bushes. And stupid friend, they grabbed his phone, and then he, like, started chasing after them, so they just threw his phone on the ground and smashed his phone. They got his wallet out of his pocket, and I don't know if I think they may have taken a credit card, and the rest of his stuff, whatever stuff was left of his wallet, was just strewn across the street. And then we called the cops, and we waited for the cops, and the cops are just like, "Damn, that sucks." Anyways, and while we were waiting for the cops to show up, the guy who had disappeared into the bushes re-emerged from the bushes and had, like, a couple of scrapes. And he was like, "Well, it makes sense that this would happen here." And I was like, "Why does it make sense that this would happen here?" "Oh, the projects are across the street." I was like, "What?" "Yeah, like the low-income halfway housing for criminals and their families. Yeah, that's, like, right across the street." And I was like, "Oh. Yeah, cool shortcut, asshole." The other direction that I would have taken to walk back home was, like, very brightly lit main streets. Like, main thoroughfares. As opposed to the dimly lit area concealed by the wall across the street from the projects. So, Idiot Friend was the only one who lost anything from that whole affair, so I mean, fucking deserved. But ever since this, it was an attempted mugging for most of us. It was an actual mugging for one of them. for one of us, but fuck that guy anyways. So ever since then, I have been even more particular about being accosted by unknown people just when out and about. I even had, like, for a while there, I started doing the thing where I would, like, have both my hands in my pockets, but in one of the pockets where I keep my keys, I would thread my keys between my fingers, and I'm like, I'm not tough enough to actually follow through on that. I should make a habit of this. But yeah, that was not in this. The mugging was back when I was in high school. I lived in Ontario at the time. That was a long time ago. And I don't think any of them were, like, armed. I don't think any of them would have done any violence against us. I think they just wanted to try and, like, rifle through our pockets. And that guy basically handed them his wallet, so great job. It's better than going barehanded. I don't know, like, fumbling around with it and then, like, trying to punch somebody with a Lucario keychain charm. Probably not gonna do me much good. Anyways, that was story time. Time for Metroid. I think I have the game muted. There it is. How did Charlotte handle the situation today? She did not... She was hardly aware that there was anything going on. There were various periods throughout that walk where she was picked up and carried along anyways because she was not really making any progress. But after a while, once we got on a certain part of the route where she felt a little more comfortable with what she was doing, she was walking, she was stumbling, she was not doing the utmost best, but she was walking, her tail was wagging, she was bumping into stuff, but she's not doing the best, but she's not doing the worst. Yeah, she enjoys going on walks. Okay. Find the shield unit. Yes. Great. Yeah, so for the threading the keys between your fingers thing, it's like...
Samus, the Federation Armada is now in orbit above the pirate homeworld. We're ready for the final assault, but the base is protected by a barrier that prevents us from landing. We need you to disable this defense system. Unit 242 has located its control center. Here are the coordinates.
Go to a different part of the planet, eventually. Whenever you're ready. Yeah, it's like... It's hard for me to describe exactly what I do for the whole threading the keys thing, but... For the most part, it is just so you, like, when you punch them, you have the pointy end of a key involved in the whole exchange. So, like, it probably won't feel good having, like, the base of the key press into your palm, or, like, the key ring, however you have it set up, but... Threading keys is a tenet of what would Wolverine do. Oh, I think this guy is hyper mode. Okay, fine. Okay. Trying to approximately recall what all I was doing in this neighborhood. How do I feel about the beam stacking? What do you mean by beam stacking? Bug. Only been in a fight once, and the guy you were fighting knocked himself over by lowering his head into your fist. Great. I was in a scuffle in high school. I've talked about this one before as well, where there was a... Oh wait, I could probably... Fuck. There was a short guy who... He was very short and very much had, like, a Napoleon thing going on of... he was mad that he was short, and so he got bigger friends to help him try and harass people so he could feel big. And so... this guy had decided that I was an enemy of his. I don't remember why. I think he had, like, challenged me to fights, and I never would. And at one point, I was walking into a classroom, he was walking out of that classroom, and I bumped into him. And as soon as I had bumped into him, he started, like, going at me, like, he started punching me in the face, or, like, hitting me in the face, but it didn't feel like anything, because he was small and weak. And when I tried to shove him away, he, like, tripped over his own feet and dunked himself entirely into the garbage can. Like, he folded himself up and inserted himself all the way into the garbage can. He did not really... he didn't really bother me much after that. Did I say high school? I meant middle school. Is this... I'm lost. Do you know where you're going? No. Evidently not. No, it locked my controls again. This way. I'm going this way. I accidentally did the thing where I just went on full autopilot while telling a story. Oh, right, this room. What? Metroid Crash. Crash Transit. Why could I not go this way? It's probably right to go this way. Yeah. Excuse me, pardon me. Oh, sorry. Back to a previous point. Instead of 3 separate beams, you have one that gets stronger. I'm A-okay with that. Because I feel like they give you enough other things to do in combat other than switch beams that I don't really feel like I am missing having the separate beams. Like, I have hyper mode, I have the tether, the grapple thing. I have other stuff I can do in combat. I don't need the different beams. Need that. Huh? Oh. Yeah, I'm curious what all 4 is going to do. Oh, I see. Especially in a world where dread exists. Huh. I see. Dread did such a good job of mixing things up while still making it feel like a traditional Metroid game that I am optimistic for what form Dread might take. Or what form Prime 4 might take, rather. Probably not going to outclass Dread. Dread was so frickin' good. It's a high bar that's been set. I got them pauldrons. Prime 4 demo has a cross-shaped UI in the bottom left. That could be, like, a little selector for your different psionic powers. Because that's a thing, apparently. It's like one of the only things we know. Armor suit upgrade acquired. Hazard shield online. Suit is now capable of withstanding hazardous environments, able to move safely through acid rain and fuel gel. Ooh! I can go through the tunnel now. Oh my goodness, it's space pirates! Hand. I'm currently, like, still trying to get used to the controls in this again, because I've been playing a bunch of Abiotic Factor last night. So, like, every now and then I'll have a jump where it's like, ooh, gotta crouch jump. And that's not the case. Dang it. Okay, so we can go back over that way to the Metroid Crash. Okay, we have to take a second. No, I fall. The one time that I'm like, alright, time to use the fucking screw attack. This is gonna go great. And then it doesn't. It doesn't go great at all. Dang it. Whoop. Phazon crystals are durable, but could probably be destroyed by a Phazon-based explosive blast. Oh wait, don't I have... Hang on. Yeah! I was like, oh, morph ball bombs. But I figured it out. By the time you reach this far in, the plasma beam feels like a pea shooter. It's a bit of a bummer. Taking Valhalla. The vision of our leader is vast indeed. As we prepared for war with the hated Galactic Federation, she decided she required one of their great machines to better control her living planet. We then set out to bring an Aurora unit to Dark Samus. Bribes led us to the location of our prize, the battleship Valhalla. Crewed with the green recruits on a training mission, she was ours for the taking. One of the mightiest ships in the cosmos was no match for the Phazon-powered weapons of the Colossus. We rendered Valhalla helpless, then sent raiders to claim our prize. The Aurora was ours. There was to be no mercy for the Federation dogs. At the command of Dark Samus, we jettisoned the crew into the frigid depths of space, leaving the wreckage of Valhalla as a warning to the Federation. Let them tremble before our might. I keep doing that. Holding cell is locked shut. Spinner controls are inactive. Unable to open the holding cell. I don't know why I would want to. Security panels engaged, unable to interact with surface while panels are in place. Use this control unit to activate the spinner controls of a nearby holding cell. Security panel override. Operate this control unit to disengage security panels. E-Tank. Mm-hmm. Oh no! Oh, it's you again. Freaking let me double jump.
Number one worst thing about Metroid Prime games, the screw attack. Imagine you were trying to do a double jump, but what comes out is not what you expected.
Kaboom! Billy Hatcher defeated. Top 10 mechanics changes for the Prime series and their dire consequences. No, and then you show me a wall jump wall? He's mocking me. Okay, so... Ah, I see. Whoop. Uh. Come on. I'm holding down right now. This is where down is. Yay! Seems like there's only one E-tank that I'm missing here. That's cool. I mean, at least the wall jumping is better than it was in Prime 2. Map of the transit pathway is currently in Transit Station 3A, connects to the command center. Thing activated. Touch. I would love to save. Mechanical gate. All right. Disable the defense system, get past the acid rain. Bro, I'm trying to deactivate your big energy wall. Man's on overload. Why did you make me do this? Drain release sewage into a pipe network. Great. Scritter. Phazon feeding vermin that usually travel in large groups. Objective complete. Structure appears to be made entirely of phasite. Skyway access gate locked. Unable to open while the center's defense system is online. Okay, fine, jeez. No, that one went sicko mode. Yo, check it out. It's glowing green and everything. Space pirate entry data decoded. Purification. Our great leader, with the aid of our captured Aurora unit, has discovered many of Phase's secrets. Dark Samus can now command the living world to send forth Phazon seeds. She was eager to test this new power. When we heard the first world to receive this blessing was our homeworld, we rejoiced. The seed was sent into the void and quickly made its way to our homeworld. Our brethren foolishly tried to repel it, but their efforts were in vain. To think we were once as pathetic as them. Now the deed is done, and slowly our homeworld becomes like Phase. Soon there will be 2 living planets, 2 Phazon sources for our great leader to use as she sees fit. Soon there will be thousands of new disciples for her to command. Wow. Oh. Alright, well first, starting to think this Phazon stuff might be bad. Yeah, but they love it so much. Like, can you really take it away from them when they love it so much? They think it's so cool. Like, it would be so uncool if you took it away. Map of the transit pathways. 4A. You may now touch the thing to go to the place. I have a feeling that this is what I'm supposed to do after I do the security system thing, but maybe not. Ah, fuck it. What if you could make a gun powered by heroin? It would be so rude to take the heroin away. They got guns powered by it. Sure, I'll save. I'll go around and do everything other than look at that big exclamation mark. Ow. This is what happens to your society if you have public transit. Bro. Nobody's impressed by your orb. Numerous fractures detected within the rock sections indicate they are ready to be mined away. They are ready to be crafted away. Phazon container has been reinforced with an unknown alloy. Control terminal operates mining equipment. Well, great. Touch. Touch. Samus very slowly operating a computer with one finger. Yeah, it's pretty silly. Check out this sick half-pipe. Oh my god, there's a missile pack in there. Holy shit. $200 missiles. And who could really use more than 200 missiles? It seems like it would be excessive. Picture is weakened over time and could probably be ripped apart. Mind if I do? Enclosed lift is used by space pirates to move between levels of the complex. Yeah, I'm familiar with the concept of an elevator. Oh, it's a spinner! Oh, it's a spinner! I'm a fool! It's a spinner! It bounced me out! I do like the effect of the hazard protection. Like it's a little energy shield when you're in third person, and in first person you can see the little droplets on the screen. Whee! Vanguard. The time has come. Our leader commands. We go to war at last. 3 worlds will be attacked, each important to the Federation. We shall destroy the spy base at Elysia, the fuel production fuel production of Brio, and the naval station at Norion. Each of those wretched worlds will become as phase, each a foothold into the territory of the hated Federation. From those worlds, our vanguard will go forth. At long last, our enemies will be humbled, then enslaved. 3 Phazon seeds will be sent, and an armada will accompany each of them. Dark Samus herself will lead the attack on Norion. Victory is ours for the taking. Lift has crashed at the bottom. With all of its passengers? There were people inside the elevator when I did that? Oops. What? No, you don't get to learn about me. Flashbang, go! Phazon Harvester Drone. Anti-air system cannot be destroyed, but overloading it will stun the drone. I see. Okay, bye. Mining cannon fires high-frequency beam that is used to cut through Phazon deposits. Ooh, high-frequency beam, you say? Now, how do I plug one of these things into my arm? This beam sucks up and transports the loose Phazon cut free with the mining cannon. Victory and loss. Today is a day of celebration and woe. Our forces have taken planet Brio, leaving the Federation outpost there in cinders. Though we missed their spy base in Elysia, the planet itself was struck with a Phazon seed. But Norion was a failure, all thanks to the accursed hunter Samus Aran. All is not lost, however. Our great leader defeated Aran and her mongrel allies in battle. If they aren't dead, they'll soon wish they were. Each of them bears her mark of corruption. Soon they, like we disciples, will bow to her will. Bullshit. I'm too cool and strong for that. Rip to the homies, but I'm built different. Mining cannon cycles through beams that cut Phazon and... Nova Beam! Well, that sounds great. How do I get in there? Touch. Control terminal is not receiving power. Activate nearby power node to restore power. Phasite door is locked. Door has low-level energy shield. High-frequency beam will disrupt the shield. Well, golly. Well, Samus is both really cool, and also the Federation put her in the cool power suit. They upgraded her suit to eat Phazon. Pistons extend while the mining cannon is firing the beam that cuts through the Phazon. Do I go in? Kinda. Do I go up in Morph Ball? That guy is going sicko mode. Oh. Haha! Alright, one more. No, it died. Damn it. Kaboom! I did it. Green bean. Nova Beam online. Fire the Nova Beam with A. The Nova Beam is able to pass through objects made of phasite. Phasite door terminal is offline. Power nodes behind door must be activated to restore power to the terminal. Oh, so I give her some of this. I see. Yeah, it's not just destroy these walls with the new beam. No, it goes through. Like, actual through. Neat. Bro. Wait, do I scan these things? Give me the lore. Brio Falls. Command has received disturbing reports from Brio. Contact with our outpost there has been terminated. A coded blip trans showing Commander Rundus falling in battle to Samus has arrived. Worst of all, the Brionian seed has been demolished. The Hunter's might is great, and she is as efficient as ever when it comes to disrupting our operations. Our spies within the Federation tell us she travels to Elysia soon. We plan to have an appropriate welcoming party in place for her when she arrives. Commander Gore is a very accommodating host. Oh, I see. Okay, let's go the other way first, then. Can perform surgery on my enemies. What about a grape? Mining drill appears stuck. Scans detect an internal mechanism must be loosened before it'll move. So this leads back to the mining room. Oh, power cell. Nice. Leave me alone. High temperature shots could melt it. Hey! We still have hot gun. It would be weird if he didn't. Alright. New landing pad unlocked. And I suppose I'm supposed to just take this back to the other zone now that I have green beam. Ouch. Although, I also have the anti-juice capabilities now.
Data received.
So I could go back to that little tunnel. Oh boy, I could do so much backtracking! I'm trying to recall any spots in the game where I have been lacking in a power that I do not have now. 85 out of 100. Ah, jeez. I don't remember where anything is. I think it's neat being able to, like, actually utilize Samus's ship and stuff. Like, that's cool. But on the other hand, I would rather just have one big interconnected world. Okay. So, X. There's the dot. Okay, so there's the tunnel. So I want to go to the hangar bay. And that looks like the last dot on the map. Yeah, the story demands the worlds be separate, but like, come on. Don't look so blue. Yeah, she is very blue. Blue and purple. Was there anything in Hotland that I was missing? doing the whole da 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 feels a little silly when I'm just like hopping between places trying to figure out where I'm trying to get to. So da 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 da. Oh, wrong one. Alright, back in the ship. Cutscene, land. Da 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 da. Plays out of her cockpit. Yeah, it's like when you set one of the songs to be your landing music in MGS5. You know P-Quad got that playlist going. What way was I going? Red door across the way. Got it. I've been thinking about doing a replay of MGS5. The game's really good. Like, the story is lacking in some ways. Because the game was expressly not complete, which, like, bummer. But on the other hand, the gameplay, really good. As long as you go in with the right expectations of, like... The story is not quite as good as the other Metal Gear Solid games, and also the way that it expresses that story is not as good as the other Metal Gear Solid games. As long as you are willing to go in with that expectation, you'll probably have a good time. So the thing about it being an open-world Metal Gear is that it's still like, when you are doing missions, you are still reined into a specific area. So a lot of the time, you will have areas where, you know, a couple of primary routes of progression through that area are taken into consideration, but it's left open enough for you to really to explore the space and, like, find some weird niche approaches, and there's a lot of, like, clever little secret interactions, like you would expect from a Metal Gear Solid game. I think the open world design aspects of MGS5 work very well. It's different, but, like, I don't know. Would you have wanted another Metal Gear Solid game to be exactly the same as the others? Like, I think the gameplay for MGS5 is the best. It's not the hardest, and it is lacking in some of the, it is somewhat lacking in the depth of some of the encounter designs. But it more than makes up for all of that with freedom of expression. You can really play that game in a whole lot of different ways, and it is fun to play the game in those different ways. It is fun to slide down a sand dune in your cardboard box and knock over some guys. It is fun to drive around in a Jeep with your dog hanging out in the passenger's seat, like, marking every single entity in a 5-mile radius. It is fun to drop a supply box on someone's head. It's fun to go around and, like, hold up everybody in a base, just, like, take out an entire base full stealth without actually firing any projectiles. It's fun, it's a good game. Every now and then I think, like, maybe I should stream the Metal Gear Solid games, but... at the very least, I think if you are going to watch someone play... if you're only going to watch one Metal Gear Solid Let's Play, I think Chip and Ironicus doing the Let's Play for Metal Gear Solid 5 is extremely good. Because not only is Chip super knowledgeable, good at the game, like, good at showing off what is cool and fun about the game, like, you get all that good stuff, but also, because the game has such a, like, wide variety in how you can play it, for a lot of the missions throughout the game, he will have, like, anywhere between 1 and 3 different gameplay styles that he will show off. So there is one where it's, like, maximum stealth, like, super sneaky, super, like, trying to avoid interacting with anyone, let alone, like, knocking them out and stuff like just maximum stealth. And then there is going in guns blazing and just, like, blasting dudes. And just really wreaking havoc. And then there is goof-ass nonsense. And the goof-ass nonsense examples of how you can play that game are incredible. One of the items that you get in that game is, like, a deployable, inflatable big boss. Like, you just throw down this little disc, and out of it pops a big boss decoy. And the stuff you can do with those decoys are incredible. Because you can upgrade them to also have voice lines. So, like, the basic version, just, like, if an enemy sees them, they might think it's you, and they'll, like, walk up to it all cautious, and then they see that it's inflatable, and then they get mad, and they just pop it. There's the missile pack. But then you can upgrade it to have a voice pack, and this inflatable big boss will just say, "You're pretty good," over and over and over. And so you can use that to, like, lure someone out of a building because they hear the voice lines. And then when they get out there, they see that it's just an inflatable guy and they get mad. It's awesome. There's also just, like, a lot of neat things that they do. Like, sometimes it's a little obtrusive, but I think it's neat that, hey, these soldiers are speaking in a language you don't know. So, in order to be able to, like, interrogate them for information, you have to get a translator. And that links into the base building aspects of that game, where it's like, you need guys with special abilities in order to do certain things. Like, hey, we need a specialist in suppressors so we can make better suppressed weapons for you. Where can you find that? Well, during this mission, there's a guy that you can yoink out of the battlefield that knows a lot about suppressors. And so it gives you extra stuff to do. It gives you extra stuff to do in ways that are more interesting than just... There we go. In ways that are more than just you know, Assassin's Creed, Ubisoft levels of go find the collectible. We have marked the collectibles on your map. Go get the collectibles. There's a lot more going on. Because you can know that there's a guy in a mission with the skill that you're looking for, but the game doesn't just tell you. And so you need to go around and you need to, like, scan dudes and try and find which dude has the skill that you're looking for. Yeah, and, you know, the game will still be like, ooh, you're a bad boy if you go around doing a whole lot of murder, but also, mechanically, hey, you murdered everyone you came across, and so your base sucks. Because you didn't recruit anyone, because you just killed them all. The worst thing about Metal Gear Solid 5 is that there's not enough of it. Yeah, like, the story is not complete. There is a whole, like, there are several storylines that just get left off because Konami was just like, hey, we gotta release it. We have given you so much money and so many extensions. Like, the game must be done. We are going to release this video game, whether it's fucking done or not, so make it as done as you can. And so, the game suffers from that. But, even though, you know, I've said multiple times over, the worst part about the game is the story, I still really liked the story in MGS5. It still has a lot of that wild goofiness that the Metal Gear Solid games are known for, but also the main story is interesting. There's a couple of things about the main story that feel undercooked, and the game being expanded would not have fixed some of these things, but if nothing else, there is a big reveal at the true ending of Metal Gear Solid 5, and I thought that big reveal was really cool. And I once was. To an extent, I still am. I get a big kick out of Metal Gear Solid trivia. I think there are so many fun things to know about Metal Gear Solid that for a while, like during high school, something that I would do for fun is I had like a trivia app quiz where you just do quizzes against other players, and there was a bunch of like weird niche topics that I know. There was a bunch of weird niche topics, and one of the topics was Metal Gear Solid. And so it was just like a bunch of different questions about Metal Gear Solid trivia. And I played that trivia game enough on that specific topic that not only was I, like, one of the top ranked players in Canada, but also I just got to the point where I knew the answer to every question that was in that topic. Alright. So I have some amount of cred when it comes to Metal Gear Solid trivia nonsense. I'm an idiot. Some people were like, ooh, the big reveal doesn't make sense. It contradicts a bunch of these facts, and it doesn't make sense for these characters to have been behaving this way, and so on and so forth. And I think those people are a bunch of wieners. Did you know EE's parrot is the great-great-granddaughter of the End's parrot? Hell yeah! Those people didn't play 4, yeah. I also really liked 4. 4 was the first Metal Gear Solid game that I actually played. I was aware of what happens in the other Metal Gear Solid games, but 4 was the first one that I actually played myself. And I thought it was good. Do you think they're wrong or just that they're wieners? I can see where they are getting these interpretations from, and I can see, like, how they would come to that conclusion. And those aspects of their arguments, I think there is some amount of merit to it from an academic, like, factually correct standpoint. But regardless of whether or not I agree with them, I think they are just approaching the whole thing the wrong way.
Data received.
Completely missing most of 3 and 4 is, and still getting the gist of 5. Not playing 3 and going to 5 is pretty crazy. Not playing 3... One of the things that is the worst about trying to approach the story of MGS5 is that MGS5 really wants you to have played Peace Walker. Nobody fucking played Peace Walker. Because Peace Walker was a PSP game. Why would people expect that to be like one of the most important games in the series? And then not only is it one of the most important games in the series for Big Boss's characterization, which is very important for 5, but also Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops is barely canon. Like, the amount of Portable Ops that is canon, the fact that there is any amount of Portable Ops that is non-canon means that you should probably not really care that much about Portable Ops. And that was the first, like, major Metal Gear Solid game on the PSP. And so Peace Walker comes out and it's like, oh, it's another PSP Metal Gear Solid game. I don't need to care about that. And then you do. And then you incredibly do. Yeah, when they did the HD collection, they put Peace Walker onto consoles, which was great. That's how I played it, and I enjoyed it. I think Peace Walker is overall a pretty good video game. But making Peace Walker so important was a wild decision. Yeah, you get enough context. Like, you get enough of the story through context clues. So I don't think it's totally unreasonable. I don't think it's entirely unreasonable to just be aware of what Metal Gear Solid is about, and just from that point jump in and enjoy Metal Gear Solid 5, because even if you don't get all of the story stuff, you will get enough, and if you get enough, that's all that really matters, because the gameplay is the star of the show. MGS4 cutscene total has to be longer than Lord of the Rings, yeah, so... People keep talking about Metal Gear Solid 4's cutscenes as if that's a bad thing, but it's cool. Like, it's a good story. I want to watch those cutscenes. The microwave hallway is such an extremely cool sequence in a video game. Yeah, I know you are not, like, specifically complaining about it, but, like, the fact that people do. Just like, man. Are you sure you're playing the right video game? Okay. Dots. There we go. I was like, I remember there being dots on this planet. I found the dots. The microwave hallway is such a striking moment. Such a striking moment that anytime media has anything like the microwave hallway, they call it the microwave hallway. Yeah. It's a big deal. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dude. We enjoy long cutscenes here, sir. This is a Yakuza household. Yeah. Whenever you get to the end of a Yakuza game, that's when shit starts getting real good, because that's when you get like a 10 to 15 minute fight sequence and then half an hour of cutscenes. And that's what you want. And by that point in the game, the fight sequences are the cost that you pay to see the cutscenes. You're not even there for the fight sequences at that point. You probably have the golden shotgun or something. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. We're here to see what the plot says. What are these old crime men gonna do about the situation? Yeah, a series of cutscenes are about to play, or a series of cutscenes are about to play in sequence, or something along those lines. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that the fight scenes are bad, but compared to the plot that contextualizes those fight scenes are nothing. Oh my god, please don't. I'm just imagining a world where people complain about Yakuza games having too many cutscenes and just like, oh man, I would love to play these games, but there's just like so much dialogue and so much plot, and I'm just imagining. Give me a cheese with nothing. Nothing? I'm glad that old commercial has resurfaced and given us something to work with. Like, the Yakuza games are very much a full package kind of experience. Like, you're not there just for the story. You're not there just for the mini games and shit. Like, what makes those games so good and so special is that it's all there. It all comes together. There to watch Kiryu steal a car with a rousing speech while he has a gun pointed at him. Yeah. Man, Yakuza 0 is so good. Like, I love the Yakuza games, believe it or not. But it is so crazy how good Yakuza 0 is. In a series that is so chock full of games that are so good. Like Yakuza 2? One of the best video games. Yakuza 2 is so good. And Yakuza 0 comes strolling up. Is like, yo. Yakuza 0 might be your #1 of all time. It's hard for me to argue against that, because I love Yakuza 2. I love the Ichiban games, both 7 and 8. I love 5. Like, I love so many games in that series. And I try not to let the fact that 0 is the first one that I played, like, taint my perspective. Please put me back on that platform that I just landed on. Okay, thank you. You know, I try and be level-headed about this. I'm a Yakuza guy. I love the Yakuza games so much. I've streamed those games so very many times. I have streamed so many hundreds of hours of that series. So we were like, ooh, what's the best one? And it's pretty hard to argue against 0 being the best one, because not only is 0 like such an incredible game front to back, but it also benefits so much from being a game designed around like introducing players to that world. Oh. Aha. Yeah, like Yakuza 0 being a game that can stand on its own, and like you don't need the context of any of the other Yakuza games, like that does a lot in its favor. Because, like, Yakuza 2, you kind of gotta see what's going on with 1, at least. Like, you at least have to see Yakuza 1, and Yakuza 1 is relatively weak. It is one of the weaker Yakuza games, and it's not from it being bad in any way, it's just, like, kind of mediocre compared to a lot of the others. You know, Yakuza 3 is not an entirely bad video game. It's just the worst Yakuza game. That's a pretty high bar. Okay, how do I get into that room? They number them in the order you should play them. Yeah, basically. Like, you play 0, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then Like a Dragon is basically 7. And then Infinite Wealth, like, the infinity symbol is an 8. That's the 8th one. You play it the 8th. What did you miss? I have the ecto cooler gun. And we're talking about Yakuza. Because I was talking about Metal Gear Solid. Obviously. Why haven't you played Dead Souls yet? Because I haven't run out of mainline games to play yet. Like, you know, counting the Judgment games as, like, their mainline in their own series. So... What is the name of the green gun? The Nova Beam. Okay, where is... Ah. Okay, well, how do I get up there? Ah, I see. Whee! Save 0 for after 5. Yeah, people will say, like, oh, you miss out on a lot of, like, character context and stuff if you play 0 first, because, like, ooh, a bunch of these character appearances are, like, flash forwards of, hey, here's a character that's going to be important later, and you, like, the game doesn't really demonstrate why you should care about those characters and all that. Whatever, just play 0 first. Phazon! 1 week after we had lost communication with the Aurora unit, we witnessed the living planet strike again. It sent forth several stellar objects, one aimed directly for us. It streaked through the clouds of Elysia, destroying a large portion of our home, ultimately striking the distant core below. Soon our sensors detected the presence of a strange energy. Our readings matched with the Federation's data. This was the same toxin that corrupted countless other planets and our creator's home world, the galactic scourge called Phazon. Yeah, 230 missiles. So I'm going to guess that the missile cap is 250, and so I am only missing 4 missile packs. Crazy JoJo watch list that starts with 3, jumps to 6, then 2, then 4, then 1, then 5. Yes, I actually have heard of that. I do not recall any of the reasoning, but I do recall seeing that, like, going around. I cannot imagine what kind of madman you must be to think there is any kind of benefit to any of that, but... Alright. From most to least impactful. 5 for last because it doesn't affect anything. I mean, I guess. I can't imagine going straight from 3 to 6. I can't imagine the level of disappointment I would feel. Hype? You mean hype? Nope. I don't. I am now carrying 7 energy cells. I have picked up 91 out of 100. And I think that's all of the pickups for this planet. I think that's all of the pickups for, like, most of the planets now. I think the rest of the home world and then the final ship. I think that might be it. Don't you like the weather character that makes you a snail? I don't, because... I don't. Period. I went back to the observatory. I thought I should have gotten the dots for the pirate homeworld, but I could go back and try doing that again. Why didn't you turn into snails? Oh, you see, I took the discs that are my sight out of my brain. Obviously. Because that's a thing I can do. I love Jolene going balls deep. Jolene is far and above the best part of Part 6. And also one of the reasons why Part 6 fucking blows. Because it underutilizes how cool Jolene is. And, like, on top of the, like, what cast they do have in Part 6 being woefully underutilized, it feels so much worse looking at it and then comparing it to Part 4, which had a way bigger cast, but there was only one character that was, like, really underutilized. Because they had good reasons for a lot of the other characters to not be actively engaged in all the nonsense. Because they're just dudes, they're just people. Hey, why didn't you help with the fight? I was busy, I have a job. Had to drop Kaiju number 8 for the reason they kept giving this one villain character an out and an escape from all the characters' most powerful shit. Oh, don't watch Part 6. You'll hate it! I mean, to be fair, to a certain extent, there is comedy in all of the ways that they come up with for the villain in Part 6 to escape, but in the other JoJo parts, a lot of villain escapes and ass pulls and just like, haha, but I have the counter to your power that you thought was the counter to my power. Like, a lot of those feel earned. Part 6's villain? That dude's just lucky. That dude is just lucky, and it's not... being lucky is not his power. He's just lucky. Better lucky than good. Yeah, this dude, his build fucking blows, but the DM loves him. Like, this guy buys the pizza every week, he does all of the bookkeeping, and so every time this dude is just like, no, it doesn't work, the DM is just like, yeah, I guess it doesn't work, sorry guys. Because every time they try and make his nonsense feel like a decision that he is making, what that introduces is another bullshit ability that another bullshit aspect of his power. Like, Giorno wishes he had the level of, like, nonsensical ability expansion that the villain of Part 6 has. Over time, I have become more and more of a Part 4 fan. Like, originally I was big on Part 3, but over time I have come to appreciate Part 4 that much more. And I think Part 4, it not only does it have, like, the most entertaining cast, but it also has one of the best villains. Like, Dio is a fantastic villain, but you don't actually get a lot of Dio on screen doing shit. He is just the mastermind for most of it. Part 4, you get a lot of that villain, like, on screen doing shit. And that's great. Yeah, I am an anime-only enjoyer. If it's not in the anime, it's spoilers. And that is broadly how I approach how people should discuss that kind of stuff. Oh, but the manga's been out for decades. Like, yeah, but people haven't read the manga. They have watched the anime. What the fuck? The end of Part 6 was good for the series? Sure. I will just agree with you until I watch Part 7, and then I hate it, and then I will disagree with you. I don't know. The ending to Part 6 being more thorough an ending than any other part received, in the context of it ending Part 6, I think is fantastic. I want nothing to do with Part 6 ever again. Okay, so that goes over there, and that's the observatory. Great. It made me care. I almost said something uncool. I almost compared that to something that I shouldn't have. Eliciting an emotional response does not necessarily mean that it was successful. Okay, fucking thank you. I feel like I will enjoy Part 7, but there are parts that will make you wince. I mean, there are parts that make me wince from all of JoJo. Like, the occasional body horror is just the price that is paid for watching JoJo. But then Part 6 is, like, way more intense and blatant and constant with the fucking body horror, so I'm mad at it. I'm mad. I hate Part 6. I hate it so much. Yeah, I have interacted with all of the sockets in this room, but I have not gotten the dots for... I have not gotten the dots for the home world. There's a thing I need to interact with. Okay. Is this? bomb slot. Ah! Tiny little panel. Touch. Satellite has downloaded additional map data for the Pirate Homeworld suit expansion locations revealed. Fantastic. The anime for the current parts is better because of pacing fixes. Part 6 anime does have to cut some iconic scenes to save time. I'm thinking about iconic scenes in Part 6, like what those might be. Did they cut out a bunch of... Did they cut out all of the scenes where the characters are interacting with each other and becoming friends? Because it feels like that was like one of the biggest things that made Part 6 feel so much worse than any other part. Every scene with the villain is iconic if you think about how he lives rent-free in your head. I guess. Friendship thing has always been silly. But, like, the team being, like, the team having some kind of dynamic. Like, the team being a team and like working with each other, having different strengths and weaknesses, and having these moments where the different powers of the characters like interact, and then you have cool, like, you have interesting dynamics, like Josuke and Okuyasu. One of the best partnerships in the series, because you have a guy that can fix anything and a guy that can delete anything, and they're both kinda dumbasses. And so you have these obscenely powerful abilities, but both of them are kind of too dumb to actually utilize them to the fullest extent. And so anytime where it's the two of them trying to work their way through a situation, it's great. Because, like, you, the viewer, can think of how these two bozos can solve any problem at any time, but they're just kinda dumb. And so they make it so much more of an ordeal than it has to be, but in a charming way. Part 6, like, you have a couple of moments early on in Part 6 where characters will interact and there will be cool things going on. But even more than, like, any other JoJo, it feels like most encounters in Part 6 are one character using their powers to try and deal with the situation. You don't have a lot of team-ups, and also, you don't really get a feeling for the characters, like, building a rapport. You don't feel like it's a team, right? You feel like it's just a bunch of incidental dudes who are just doing their thing. There's like 2 moments in Part 6, where it's just like, oh, I can see these two getting along, doing their thing. And I don't think those moments are very good for what they are. I need to stop talking about Part 6. The bottom line for Part 6, for me, the bottom line, the thing that makes me think that Part 6 is just terrible, is towards the end of Part 6, the main villain kills a main character. And the villain does this through a bunch of bullshit. The main character was also doing a bunch of bullshit. I'm not defending what that character was doing and their role in things. I think that the whole kerfuffle was fucked. I think it all sucked. However, you have, like, the main villain just pulled some garbage nonsense, kills one of the other main characters. Then the rest of the quote-unquote team show up and see that this character has died. And one of the other characters cries because, oh no, our good friend has been killed. He killed our friend. Oh no, I'm so distraught. And I believe that at no point in the series up to that point had those two characters ever been shown to be in the same room as each other.
Dan Sabman gifted a tier 1 sub to now.
Okay, there's a thing in this room.
Dan Sabman gifted a tier 1 sub to hexadecimator_. Dan Sabman gifted a tier 1 sub to Richter_rat. Dan Sabman gifted a tier 1 sub to Claude Grey Wolf. Dan Sabman gifted a tier 1 sub to
2? Oh, Anon. Right.
Surprise Mother Kona.
I am surprised that the sub and donation bomb appeared 2 hours into the stream. This never happens. Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs and $25 donation, Dan. So anyways, Metroid Prime, am I right? It definitely feels like I am nearing the end of this game, and I gotta say, I might like this one more than 2. Even in spite of the, the worlds feeling so disconnected and Elysia being a pain in the ass to navigate. Not having the ammo to worry about has made me enjoy... I think I'm just not allowed to stand on that. Has made me enjoy the mechanics of the game more. Like, I enjoy hyper mode way more than, like, guns with different ammo types. I could probably just, like... yeah. Missiles. I think Prime 1 might overall be my favorite of the 3. They're pretty close though. Like overall, all three games end up being closer together in rankings than I expected. Yeah, the sequels have pretty good bosses. Like I enjoyed the combat in this one. Like I have enjoyed a lot of the boss fights that have been in 3. The one where you're supposed to use the morph ball bombs on it, on its legs, that one was kind of awkward. Clang. He likes it. I do. I like Metroid Prime 3. I have a feeling I would enjoy it less if I actually had to utilize the motion controls. Layered energy shielding. An explosive blast should be sufficient to disrupt the shields. Like that. Like that. Like that. Ship missiles! Have I tried the X-ray on enemies? I haven't, actually. Should give that a go. No, let me in. No! Okay, so I'm going through the orange door in this room. This is not the way I need to go. Go, 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 get in the hole, get in the hole. Fuck. I thought the hole was there. Yeah, like, the motion controls don't even seem that bad. It's not like you have to waggle the Wiimote to shoot or anything like that. Bro. Thing in here. There it is. Ah. I see. Whoop. So I'm gonna guess it's like this. And then like this. Nice. Oh, right. I have to actually leave using this thing. Whoop. Okay. So we go up there, and then the thing. Fantastic. Wait. This leads back to there. I need to go through the other door. Gotta love the rocket-powered platforms. Can't just have a lift and pulley system. No, 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 no. Don't be ridiculous. Rockets. Touch. Powered by Phazon. Yeah. It's a surprise if anything isn't. We haven't seen a church dedicated to Dark Samus. I mean, that might be where we fight her. I have lost my perspective. Okay, I got it again. Okay, so if I go through the creche, it'll take me to somewhere. Oh wait, I can use the ship to get between some of these areas. Game has been saved. Where's that last E-tank at? Ooh. Well, that's a neat transition animation, at least. Okay. No dots around here. Da 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 da. Anyways. Wrong stop. Back in we go. He ate it. Maybe brass is what he needs for stomach recovery. Okay, now get out. Oh, there's a thing. Oh, there's dots! Hell yeah! So close to brass fried rice. Oh. I am excited for chicken fried rice tomorrow. My stomach didn't like it last week, but my mouth did. And isn't that what truly matters? Haha! Missiles. Looks like we're missing one missile pack. Man, what is... I have 10 out of 10 ship missiles as well, so I might have all of those. 95 out of 100. So 1 E-tank, 1 missile pack, and then 3 more things. Oh, energy cells. Probably what I be missing. Skyway access. Top floor, please. There aren't any tops up here at all. Oh, right. That's the big plot door for once I do the thing in the command center. So is it through orange door? No, it's this way. Excuse me, sir. Your max missile count is 255? Oh my god. I guess that would make sense. That is funny programmer number. Okay. Missiles! I'm a fool, I'm a fool, I'm an idiot, I'm a fool, I'm a jerk, I'm a fool. Okay. So that's big plot door. That's fun. Just holding the bomb jump button. Ooh. Door. He's hollow. Give me that. Organic mass appears resistant to normal attacks, but could probably be overloaded with phase-on energy. Maybe, just think about it. Defense system generator online. Energy cords, security shields active. Override located on upper floor. Terminal supplying power. Oh, what if it wasn't? Wait a second. This is just this. Hang on a second. I'm seeing a familiar motherfucker on those screens. Unless these are all just like motivational posters saying what would Ridley do. It's Rodney. It's space pirates, it's space pirates. Oh shit. He did knock me down. Damn it. Nice. You can get headshots now. What a concept. Hey, your bones is red. We got a specialist coming in. She'll shoot him up, feel all better. Meow. EDF. EDF. Defense system obliterated.
Outstanding job, Samus. I knew the Federation could count on you. I've given the order to begin the invasion. I'm headed down there with the troops. Meet me at these coordinates.
Oh. Recommend saving. Yeah, I intend to. Overloaded with phase-on energy. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. So that's the elevator. It kind of seems like that's where I go as part of like an escape sequence. If I can do that now. Okay, let me know if I can get through there right now. No. Fantastic. That's what I figured. Okay. Yeah, Samus is very blue. Excuse me. Nah, don't mind me. I'm just going up. Ah, I got one more hit in. It's so sad. It does kind of feel like this is the end of the game, even though there's the place with the things, the fuel cells, left to do. Remember me?
Outstanding work, Samus. I don't say this often, but I sure am impressed. That said, you've still got work to do. Up ahead is the pirate cargo line that leads to the sea. There is a large security door located at the end. 4 demolition troopers are needed to open the final door, so you need to make sure enough of them make it safely through this area. You are the only one who can destroy the seed. We'll help along the way. Once we get there, it's up to you to finish the job. We're right behind you, Samus. Do some damage.
The ship is blocking the acid rain, it's fine. Not giving yourself a lot of leeway on that, huh? Oh, I see.
Samus, we are part of the Demolition Reinforcement Squad. Since our armor is weaker than most of the troopers, we need you to watch our backs through this area. Our group color is yellow.
Yeah, I can see that.
Most of the demolition team has already started moving towards the seed, so you better get going. Good luck.
All right. The musical stings just keep making me think of Final Fantasy VII's soundtrack. I lost a guy. Damn it. Hup, 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 hup. Let us go on ahead to get shot at. As soon as possible. Oh, I lost a man. Stop running ahead. Bro, I'm fighting a mini-boss! You're killing my guys while I'm fighting a mini-boss? I did it! And I only lost 4 guys. I spent a lot of E-tanks, but I was doing my best, but these guys were running in while I was fighting a mini-boss. I don't know what to do about that. I don't believe you are capable of doing such a thing, sir. You needed me to fight every single enemy on the way here. You guys didn't help at all. You didn't help, and you didn't even try to not get shot to death. Touch.
Thanks for all the help back there, Samus. I almost thought we weren't gonna make it when those commandos showed up. We owe you one.
They got the door open for you? They could have just handed me 4 bombs. Could have done it myself. There would have been less loss of human life. Mistress Gandrada. Mistress Gendrada is the last of our leader's field commanders. We hope that she will succeed where the others have not. We hope that she will slay the wretched hunter. Gendrada tests our mettle often. She moves among us in our form, watching us, looking for signs of weakness. Several unfaithful disciples have been ended violently. For those who survive will be stronger, ready for the hunter that comes for them from the void. Gendrada has vowed to present Aaron's bloody helmet to Dark Samus as tribute. We hope that she fulfills that vow. You need 2 hands to operate the bombs. You have 1 and a gun arm. Yeah, I guess that's so. Skyway door sealed shut. Touch. Get in the Phazon bath. Ooh. True. Delicious. Now I need to open the door again. Sure would suck to get owned by your boss because you didn't see through her perfect disguise while she was testing you. This season on Undercover Boss, they have a gun. Leviathan access point sealed. Scans detect high amounts of amaldium. Amaldium? Shutters are currently closed. Operate a control terminal to move them into open position. Oh shit! Red guy back. I didn't miss any collectibles, did I? Stop turning off my lets me see you vision, you jerks. So, I think the X-ray zoom thingy is not... It's not working perfectly because of the mouse controls. Mouse and keyboard. Because you're supposed to, like, in this game in general, you're supposed to be able to lock on to the enemy and then, like, while you're locked on, aim a little bit in any direction to try and hit weak points. But I am fully locked on when I am locked on using these controls. Hup, 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 hup. So I can't actually, like, do the little aim adjustment to try and hit the weak point. There is a way for me to do that. To, like, switch from full first-person shooter mode to, like, aiming across the screen. But I don't know how worth it that is. I'm getting the one-hit KO sometimes. You don't have to zoom in. It's just way harder if you're not zoomed in. Fuck. That's a cool mechanism.
Data received.
Nice. And she's so casual about it. Samus, you're so freaking cool. Touch. Meow. On one hand, it does feel a little silly that the big boss of each world takes place in, like, the same environment. But on the other hand, it's very flavorful. Like, hey, these seeds, they're identical because we just, well, they're not exactly identical, I suppose, but it's like, hey, these seeds are basically the same because we're just sending them out into the universe. We're just mass producing them. Tentacles hide is durable. Scans detect an interior weak point. Use of advanced visors suggested. Alright. What do we got this time? You son of a bitch. Omega Ridley. Armor plating protects body, fires plasma attacks from mouth. Revived and regenerated through phazon exposure, Omega Ridley has been energized to a new combat threat level. Target retains extremely durable phazon-enhanced armor skin as well as protective armored plating. Scans indicate that a recent injury is not fully healed. Expose and target wound to inflict damage. Target will act to protect this vulnerability. Seek ways to stun the enemy and leave it open for deadly attacks. Rip it open. This is a pretty cool fight. Ice summon. Don't get shot in the weak point armor. Phasite armor is now covering cardiac region. Armor is invulnerable, but internal joints seem. Ah, there it is. Alright, one down. What? Aww. Oh, okay. That is consistent. Awesome. Oh, he's just gonna keep doing this, huh? Armor has been destroyed. Cardiac region is exposed. Vulnerable to phazon energy. Yeah. God dang it, I got more Phazon in me. Ooh, new thing though. Better put that in me too. Hyper grapple. Lock on to grapple points. Uh-huh. Press A to release Phazon energy towards the core. Kabow! So dark blue and purple. It's a cool look. Kaboom!
Samus, you have successfully destroyed the last remaining seed as detected by our systems. The spread of Phazon corruption has been stopped. This is a great day for the Federation. However, there is one more mission to complete. Skytown's Aurora Unit 217 reports that it has discovered the origin of the Leviathan attacks. It appears that this is where Dark Samus and her main pirate force are stationed. Destroying them will require a full-scale attack. Unfortunately, this location is so far away it cannot be reached by conventional space travel. We must instead create a wormhole to reach it. The pirates have constructed a Leviathan battleship, which is in orbit around this planet. If we can board this battleship, we may be able to force it to open a wormhole. Large energy surges consistent with a warp device are traveling between the pirates' planet and the Leviathan battleship. It appears the pirates are using this warp device to link to the ship. We will upload the coordinates of this device to you now.
Neat. Board the Leviathan battleship. Damn. Oh, wait. Which was the health scanner? No. Analyzing biohazard scan. Status, corrupted. Phazon level, 75%. Golly. That's a lot of shots fired. You have pressed the A button over 30,000 times. How fast do you mash? Could be faster. What's going on with the Valhalla? It keeps, like, nothing... I don't know. It's a fucked up ghost ship. Yeah, and I have, like, a bunch of the power cells. But it seems like getting aboard the Leviathan is the end game goal here. I don't know. Let's go to train station 2A. Oh, hey, fellas.
We've got this area covered. You better get going.
Huh. The turret wasn't there? Samus, Isaac Clarke, and Master Chief hanging out. Yeah, they've got a lot in common. It is funny to me when people try and, like, do power level comparisons, like Samus versus Master Chief versus Isaac Clarke, who will win in a fight? And it's like, fucking Samus, dude, are you crazy? Isaac Clarke is getting one shot incidentally. Isaac is collateral, dude. Huh. The hyper grapple does not get me through that. I have every power in the game, but I can't grapple. I can't grapple that thing. Try your cool grapple. I'm trying. I can't. I can't lock onto this guy. Oh, while I'm... Oh, okay. I understand. Touch. $99, 97 out of 100. Where'd the battleship?
Samus, we have received new data from AU-217. A planet was detected at the epicenter from where the Leviathan telemetry originated. We have named this planet Phase.
Okay. I mean, you didn't name it that. It was already named that. Primary warp system online. Access to orbiting or Leviathan granted. Enter hologram to initiate warp. It's just rubbing me the wrong way. This feels like, hey, go to the end of the game here. But I'm missing 3 pickups. I'm missing 3 pickups, and I can go to the derelict ship, and I have a bunch of power cells, but the game hasn't told me to go. The derelict ship isn't the end of the game. Testing 1, 2. Caption died. Alright, I'm going back to the derelict ship then. Fuck all this. Yeah, like getting on the Leviathan, it's like, hey, go get on the Leviathan and then warp to Phase, and then we're gonna blow up Phase. It's like that seems like the end of the game. But I'm missing power-ups. Yeah, I think just regular clicking is doing better for me than, like, doing the alternating index and middle finger. I'm gonna go to the Valhalla, and I'm gonna try and get all the stuff off of that ship, and I'm gonna be missing one power cell, and that one power cell is... I'm gonna be on the Leviathan, or some nonsense like that. Although if there are power-ups on the Valhalla, I don't think I have indicators for where they are. Well, I guess we'll see. I'm probably just wasting a bunch of time right now, but... guess we'll find out. Touch. But... touch. A lot of Metroids in here, huh? God damn it. much help. Oh, that was missiles, which I have already acquired. Nothing new if I go into hyper mode. Ah. Excuse me. Up. Didn't even have the multi-missile last time I came here? Wow. System analysis complete. Power conduit is not energized. Flow capacity at 0. Security shutter is locked. Target appears damaged, but is still sturdy enough to function. Energy generator online. Power sources locked in place. Output at 100%. Energy generator offline. Multiple power sources are needed to restore normal operations. Security shutter's structural integrity is critical. An explosive blast could probably destroy it. This device displays data for energy cell something. Oh, come on. Data for energy cell. Paneling is sealed shut. You could probably yank it, though. What? I'm doing maintenance. Leave me alone. You bonk yourself on the head with the panels you pull off. That's amazing. Come on, missiles! Get back here. Yeah. Ow. Excuse me, sir. $98 out of 100. Sure hope I didn't miss a collectible on that pathway that it kind of just pushes you along. Nice. Samus knows how to get it up. Phasing. Wall-crawling shapeshifter vulnerable to physical stress. Insane. Galactic Federation data file Talon 4 incident. Talon 4 incident. Planet Talon 4, formerly a Chozo colony, was struck by a stellar object 50 years ago. Object was later determined to contain large quantities of phazon. The Chozo were able to stave off the spread of phazon at the cost of many Chozo lives. The survivors abandoned the planet, fleeing to an unknown location. Decades later, Hunter Samus Aran responded to a distress call in the sector and discovered a space pirate phazon mining operation there. Aran eliminated both the pirate and phazon threat from the planet, though not without cost. Hang on, there was another logbook. Was the Valhalla incident? The GFS Valhalla was on a training mission after receiving new crew at Tivis. We believe that the Valhalla was ambushed en route to the training base by a fleet of pirate vessels. Data suggests the pirates were using upgraded starships powered by phazon. That plus superior numbers were more than the Valhalla could handle. Current whereabouts of the Valhalla are unknown. She is presumed destroyed in action. There was another data thingy that I didn't read because I'm an idiot. I don't remember what it was. Missiles! Hooray! This device displays data for Energy Cell ID. Something, something, something. So that appears to be all of the Valhalla. Oh wait. I was wrong. There's a door. Maybe that door is where the fucking E-Tank is. You dick. Yep, that's what I wanted to do. Please don't, please don't. this door. Goodbye. Yay! Energy tank acquired! 100% of all pickups acquired! Special ending unlocked! Complete the game to view this ending. Puncture wounds detected on the target's back suggest the attacker came through the wall. Phazon has begun the process of absorbing the dead trooper's body. Blast door is locked. Hull breach has been contained. Security override disabled. Debris covered in high amounts of Phazon. Records suggest that a weapon was detonated here. This device displays data for an energy cell. Walkway ramps locked. Return power to local stations to move walkways into place. This shattered structure is all that remains of the tank that housed the ship's Aurora unit. Severed cables appear to have been violently torn from their connection with the AU. This device displays data for an energy cell. Security hatch unable to open. Control mechanism within wall is probably malfunctioning. The ship's AU was connected into this platform. Debris suggests that it was forcefully removed. Lift system is offline. Security hatch control mechanism malfunctioning. A strong blast could probably loosen any jammed parts. Kaboom! Are they saying that dang AU that got stole from the Valhalla is Mother Brain in Super Metroid? That'd be crazy. Another one? Hey, we didn't know what boss... We couldn't figure out another mini-boss to put here, so we put this guy again. Use the X-ray visor. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the 75% Phazon suit looks really cool. One of my favorite Prime suits, I think. What? out of here. Bioform died from internal bleeding from assault rifle wounds. Melee weapon is missing. Pirate corpse riddled with wounds from a Federation Marines assault rifle. Target's body has suffered a large number of energy burns from phazon-based weapons. Trooper was violently thrown against the wall. Subject's neck is broken. Trooper appears to have been cornered before being impaled with a pirate melee weapon. This model of PDA is commonly used by many Federation personnel. The current display reads 78356. Target was part of an energy generation system that fed power into the ship's Aurora unit. Data backup terminal online. Enter the proper code to access the backup data files of the ship. So what was that? That was 78356.
Data log entry 2467.3. This will be the last communication of the GFS Valhalla. Our efforts to repel the space pirate boarding force have failed. They have successfully removed the primary mounting section of our stasis tank. It is obvious now that they intend to extract us from the Valhalla. It is vital that the Federation receive this transmission. Severing main power. A large bioform is creating a wormhole. Implant into sentient planet, which is the source of all phazon. Darkness coming.
Secret message discovered. Horror incident. Planet Aether, home of the Luminoth, was struck by a phazon meteor 5 decades ago. The impact had catastrophic effects on the already unstable planet, creating a dark twin of the planet and a dire race known as the Ing. A brutal war took place between the two planets, with the Ing gaining the upper hand. The Girlfriend System tier went to the sector to investigate pirate activity, but were forced to make an emergency landing on Aether. Shortly after, the entire crew of the tier was attacked and annihilated by the Ing. Hunter Samus Aran was sent to investigate and wound up entangled in the local conflict. Aran fought against both space pirates and Ing and arose victorious. Aether's dark twin vanished, taking with it the Ing horde, and the planet's peace was finally restored. After the Aether incident, the Federation sent the Girlfriend System Anhur to Aether to deal with the pirate base. Upon arrival, the crew and marines of the Anhur assisted the native Luminoth in dismantling the abandoned space pirate mining facility. During the operation, the crew detected the presence of phazon. The ship's crew investigated and collected several kilograms of ore, which would later lead to the development of the PED. Frickin'... There we go. I'm dumb. Pirate code acquired.
The data you just acquired appears to be a Space Pirate Leviathan command code. It is likely that this code could allow us to control the Leviathan in orbit above the pirate homeworld. Find a way onto the Leviathan and use that code.
Okie dokie. I got 100%. I have the thing that I was supposed to get from here, but I didn't know I was supposed to get it yet, but I could get it, so I got it. Looking like it's time to go beat the game. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with Mondays until Prime 4 comes out. Maybe just do another Metroidvania. I've got a couple of those piled up from Steam sales and such. I have the sequel to Momodora Reverie Under the Moonlight. I don't remember what the sequel was called, but I could just do both of those games because they are fairly short. I also have one called Rusted Moss, where you have a grappling hook from the looks of things. Metroid Prime Pinball! No! No, sir. Every now and then I see a pinball game and look at it and think like, wow, this seems neat. Maybe I would like this. And then I remember, oh wait, I hate pinball. Why would I do this to myself? Cause funny. I don't know. I don't know how long me being mad at pinball would remain entertaining. Maybe I'll just do a pinball stream of play a little bit of a bunch of different pinball games and be like, wow, I didn't have a good time with any of these. Sonic Spinball rules. I saw someone trying to beat the final boss of Sonic Spinball a while back, and even if you like pinball, I don't know how you could jive with that. Wonder what Hunters would look like in 1080p. It would be cool if they just made a remake of Hunters, because I don't recall Hunters being that long. So, like, maybe if they did enough, like, ground up... Like, if they made the foundation for Prime 4 really solid, like, maybe they would use that engine to do a remake of Hunters. Or, like, do it with the Metroid Prime remastered engine. Although, if they're gonna do that, I got a feeling that they would probably do Metroid Prime 2 remastered before they would do Hunters. But I don't know, maybe. You make getting mad at Bloodborne Part 6 so entertaining for so long. I have very specific specific qualms with both Bloodborne and Part 6, but I like the rest of JoJo. I like Soulsborne games. like I like Souls-like games, I suppose, would be more apt. But those conditions, I believe, are what make my distaste for Bloodborne and JoJo Part 6 so entertaining, because I have a lot that I can say about specific problems that I have with it, as opposed to Pinball, where I just fundamentally do not jive with it. I like that you're capable of being mad at games. I just try and be careful with it, you know? I try and use the power of being mad at video games sparingly. Yo, what up? Objective complete.
Samus, we have gained control of the Leviathan.
Great. Okay, so if I did not turn back where I did, then I would have warped up to this room, tried to interact with that thing, and it's like, hey, go to the Leviathan and get the thing.
Now we'll be able to open a wormhole and warp to phase. It's time to end this. Once you rendezvous with the fleet, we'll head straight into the belly of the beast. I look forward to fighting alongside you again, Samus. Godspeed.
Yeah, I do love the Metroid Prime 3 teleportation animation. It's so cool. That's another thing. Like, Prime 3 does a lot of things that are really cool, but it does a couple of things that feel out of place and dorky in the context of a Metroid Prime game. Like, having to interact with the Federation dudes, that stuff feels out of place and dorky. That's a Master Chief thing. Master Chief goes and hangs out...
Take heed, Samus. Once you join the fleet and the wormhole to phase is opened, there is no turning back.
Okay, thank you for interrupting me. But there's a lot of cool shit that this game does anyways. Like, once you beat Gendrada, and, like, every time the camera cuts to a different angle, using that for her to switch which form, not, like, morphing between the forms gradually, but just, like, camera cut and she's a different form, camera cut, she's a different form. That part was so fucking cool. I can't get over it. It was so good. Leviathan optical organ. Target appears to be sensitive to any type of weapon fire. Control codes entered. The Federation has gained control of the Leviathan. Target appears to be a portion of the Leviathan's core, invulnerable to all weaponry. So I could shoot it and make it mad, if I want. Transportation portal online. Connection to the pirate homeworld has been established. Yeah, I don't think it's bad. I don't think interacting with NPCs in this game is a bad thing. It just feels a little out of place for a Metroid story. I think most of what I would want from Samus interacting with NPCs, other than, you know, hello computer AI, tell me what's going on. Like, having a computer, like the computer in Dread, I thought that stuff was good. And there is, like, some amount of NPC interaction in Dread, and I thought that stuff was great. I just think it should be used sparingly. And it is. It is used sparingly in this game. It just feels... I think specifically interacting with the Galactic Federation folks, like, interacting with the other bounty hunters feels totally in place. I think Metroid games benefit a lot from feeling fairly lonely. In Fusion as well, like you have your AI buddy to give you some guidance, but for the most part you're just like flying solo, and that's appropriate for Samus. Samus is a one-man army, one-woman army. Like, Samus does not need backup. Samus can fucking handle it. And I think the game's expressing that through gameplay is fitting. You know, in Halo, it makes sense that you, like, when you're doing a big assault on like an alien vessel, like you've got some buddies backing you up. Hoorah! Like, oh, I'm gonna drive the tank, and then I got some buddies like riding on the side of the tank shooting at dudes. Like that all feels correct and good for Halo. Master Chief does not need to be like completely riding solo and everything, but Metroid is very exploration based. It's very you know, you're on a weird planet, go find some power-ups and figure out what's going on. Samus is the backup. Yeah. Samus is who you call for when shit really hits the fan. Like, they had the other bounty hunters, and I think they were correct to call in, you know, as many folks as they could to try and handle the situation. I mean, how were they to know that those other bounty hunters were going to get corrupted? But especially for anything relating to the Chozo, space pirates, and at this point, Phazon, like, hey, Samus, we know you've been around the block with all this stuff. We're really gonna need your hand on this one. Dear humanity, we regret coming to Earth, we regret being alien bastards, we most certainly regret how the core blew our raggedy-ass fleet. Colonel Johnson. I like the Halo games. I didn't finish 4, I never played 5 at all, and I didn't play the single player for Infinite, but I did play a bunch of the multiplayer for Infinite, and the multiplayer for Infinite was good. I heard the single player for Infinite was good. I should go back and check that out at some point. But for Infinite, I played the multiplayer a bunch, I bought the helmet that gives you cat ears, and that's about it. Alright, time to blow up the Reaper. Which came out first, Mass Effect or this?
Join the fleet. Thank you, Ensign. Leviathan Command, you are clear to fire the portal beam. Once the wormhole
The portal
is open,
beam.
order all ships to enter.
Affirmative, Admiral. Message to all ships. Prepare for entry. Maintain battle formation tightness.
Nifty looking wormhole. Yeah, I think the Admiral is a well-handled character. Uh-oh. He knows what he's up against, and he knows how to handle it. He is a competent kind of dude. We hired Samus for this thing. We might as well just let her do it. Just... Ooh. Do you play StarCraft? I did. Uh-oh. Vent the energy tanks. Due to critical levels of internal phazon corruption, the emergency vent override has been triggered by the PED suit. All acquired energy tanks have been vented to temporarily prevent total corruption. My E-tanks! Hypermode weapons no longer require the extinguishing of an energy tank to use. You are now permanently in hyper mode. Oh, okay, that's a fair trade. Unfortunately, the vent override can no longer be used. Damage as well as exposure to Phase's atmosphere will continue to raise your phazon level. Your phazon level is shown as a yellow bar at the top of the HUD. If your phazon level fills completely, you will die. You are now permanently in hyper mode, but also, if you go to hyper mode, you fucking explode. Scan your ship. Good point. Number of E-tanks you got in the game translates to how much time you have before phazon overload. Oh. Gunship no longer identifies you as Samus due to near total corruption. Access to ship not permitted. A fucking boat. Massive tentacles grow from deep within the planet's surface. They appear semi-sentient. Just like how your pet rock disowned you in RuneScape. Oh, fuck, you're so right. Crystallized phazon is hardened over time but appears vulnerable to explosive blasts. Door has low level energy shield. You can shoot it. Structure appears to be some sort of cocoon. Its outer membranes appears to be quite durable. Species identified: glow stem, bioluminescent plant life that contains high radiation ratings. The pulsing spores of this fungus emit the scent of decay. No profile matches in the databank. Ouch. Burrow opening allows creatures to quickly exit their nest and attack. A strong blast could collapse. Okay, I'm still using missiles. This is a pretty cool sequence. Your pet rock can do that. Yeah, in RuneScape there's a whole quest line about your pet rock abandoning you. Target identified: Metroid egg, completely saturated with phazon. Faint life signs detected within. Oh yeah, her eyes are all messed up in the reflection. They got blue in the middle. And her face is also looking a little whack. Okay, there we go. Phazon tendrils will tangle around anything that gets too close, but can't grab smooth surfaces. Black Phazon crystals have hardened over time. Small anti-Phazon unit. Absorbs units of Phazon. Oh. Just like how Earth is covered in anti-oxygen. I knew it was gonna be Dan that chimes in to say some shit. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying that I knew he would be the one to say something about it. Oh, wait. Growths feed off Phazon lightning discharges, but will overload if too much energy is received. Phazon masses hardened shells, sustained by surrounding growths. Destroying them may damage it. It's not letting me use the grapple babble. Ah. I gotta use orb. this is not on the Switch. I am using my legitimate Metroid Prime trilogy copy and using PrimeHack, which lets you use mouse and keyboard controls. Whee! Maw has been destroyed. Fleshy mass appears to be part of a much larger organism. Yeah, so that little zappy orb towards the end of the orb section, that thing drains a bunch of your Phazon and then lets it all out in a big Phazon blast. So you can use it as like a big heal, but then you take more damage than you heal if you are too close to it when it explodes. Exposed membrane is a small section of a nest which contains hundreds of juvenile Metroids. Creature's optical organ is vulnerable to shots, but is being protected by a thick plate. The optical organs may have been scannable, yes. Scans indicate a connection between nearby bioforms in this Phazon mass. You can't blow up these holes. You just gotta do the fight. Yeah, it would be nice if the charged Phazon attack felt like it had a little more oomph to it, but it's still pretty neat. Get blasted, idiot. Hardened Phazon is covering an opening, an explosive blast. May do something about it. Boy, we're getting real deep into this planet. How are we ever going to get out? Serpentine organ serves as a leviathan wound. Tissue on the sides look like it could be torn off. Rip and tear. Seal is covering lower chamber. Phazon is emanating from below. A strong explosion could damage it. Stronger than that, though. Oh, dip! Sheep raid. Thank you very much for the raid, Poco. Hope you had a good stream. I'm currently shooting a thing that has a lot of health, and also I'm at the end of the game for Metroid Prime 3, so spoilers, I guess? Metroid Prime 3 is real good, though. What were y'all up to? What was the sheep stream for today? There it goes. Ooh. A lot of healing. Lottle knot and going off on tangents for hours. Hell yeah. That's the good shit. Music code shaders gaming. Sounds like a sheep stream. I'm glad it was a good time. Oh, dip! Rival fight. Gotta take a rest. Yes. Enjoy rest. Thanks again for the raid. For everyone that's sticking around. I'm Hat. I used to be a Metroid Prime streamer, but I'm almost done the whole dang trilogy now. Just gotta wait until 4 comes out. I do Yakuza series games on Tuesdays, and most other days I do a variety of things. Sometimes some one-offs, sometimes some full playthroughs like this game. Dark Samus is absorbing energy from Phase itself to replenish her own. Don't do that. What? That's so cool! Oh my god. Ah. Spoon. Stop that. She's really spinning. Out. Alright, phase 1. Get it? Phase, because that's the planet we're on. Oh. Not only did you make the brain look sick as hell, you gave it a spine. Dark Samus repulsed. Aurora Unit 313. Hatch on its head protects core. Damage core to sever cables. Shoot the glowy bits after you shoot the thing. Got it. Ouch. Big damage. Ah! Not doing a lot of damage. Temporarily stunned, hatch on its head can be pulled open. Yoink. I see. That big laser is so dangerous. Oh! I shot the thing. Alright, doing some big damage. Big stun. Yeah. Still laughing at me, huh? I am now more aware of what I should be doing here, which is shoot the orbs to try and get some more pickups. Yeah. baby, oh baby. Big charge. Big blast. Yay! Phase 3. Aurora unit head. So head. Severed cable is exposed to weak point that is vulnerable to attack. The spin! It's got a spin move! Bay Brain. It's pretty good. Ow. 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 It's fine. Whoa! It's attacking my frame rate directly. Aurora Unit 313 defeated. Well, that's good. Uh-oh. That's bad. That's good? That's good. But also why?
We have confirmed unstable energy spikes in multiple locations on the planet. It's a chain reaction. It's accelerating. The planet's going to explode.
Order the fleet to disengage and prepare to retreat. Activate the Leviathan's warp field. Get us out of here.
The planet's going to explode! We have a cure for the other hunters. Bit late. Kaboom! Oh. Well, dang, Samus died. Time paradox. Super didn't happen.
Damage reports coming in. We've lost 37% of the fleet. Half of the surviving ships are reporting heavy casualties.
Sir, we've confirmed the wormhole has disappeared. All the Leviathans are gone. The crisis is over.
What about Samus?
Negative, sir. No contact.
No contact this. Yeah!
Sir, we're seeing a transmission from Samus's ship.
Thumbs up. Yeah! Oh, the crunch! Time to reminisce about how all our friends are dead. This video is playing at approximately the original resolution. It was not upscaled. She picked a cool planet to reminisce on. I did it! I beat Metroid Prime 3 with 100% completion. Where does Samus get her hair scrunchies? Yeah, Walgreens, probably. I completed the Metroid Prime trilogy. That's all of them. That's all the Metroid Prime games that ever were and ever will be. Still gotta get my hands on a Switch, too. But, I do intend on streaming Metroid Prime 4 when that comes out, so I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I figure there's a stinger. So, Metroid games. I have played most of Super, but never actually finished it. I have played some amount of Metroid 1, the original, never played Zero Mission. Never played any version of 2, you know, the original AM2R or Samus Returns. But I have played Hunters, and now I have finished the Prime trilogy. I've beaten Fusion, and I've finished Dread. I mean, Hunters is the weakest out of the ones that I have actually completed. I'm not super nostalgic for Super, like Super Metroid. I think Super Metroid is still really, really good. But
With the death of the planet Phase, Samus Aran's arduous fight against Phazon has ended.
No subtitles.
However, in the vast regions of space, this victory is just a twinkle of a star, spreading the light of hope through the darkness.
I mean, that... what was being said was nothing, so it doesn't... No big loss. I think Dread is still overall my favorite Metroid game. I think Dread is so extremely cool and good. Fusion is also really good, is the thing. Like, Metroid games are good. In terms of ranking the Prime games, I think the core gameplay for 3 is really good. I really like Hyper Mode. I really like... I liked some of the grapple stuff, the X-ray beam, the X-ray Nova beam interaction stuff. That was really cool. I think like the core combat mechanics of 3 are really good, but I think the level design for 3 was not quite as interesting. There were definitely parts of Prime 2 that annoyed me more. I think Prime 1 is probably overall the most consistently good of the trilogy. And I gotta put it out there, like, for Prime 2, I am definitely biased against Prime 2 overall as a full package, because the ammo system annoyed me. But I do think there were some really cool level design things going on in Prime 2. I think overall, I would say Prime 1, number 1, and then Prime 3, and then Prime 2, just from a personal experience. But I think all three of them are, like, really close. I think all three Metroid Prime games are really good. Alright, Stinger, what do we got? The stinger is, you get to look at Zero Suit Samus. She's just hanging out. Oh? Someone's following her. This was the Hunter's tie-in? Yes, okay. I was like, that ship is familiar. This... Yep. And then Hunters happened, if you care about that. It's probably not important, but... if you like that, then there it is. Yay! Better in difficulty, 100% completion. Total time, 10.5 hours. Not too bad. I definitely hope that Metroid Prime 4 leaves in at least the ability to, like, unlock seeing where pickups are on the map. What? Come on. I do really like going for 100% completion, but for the purpose of, like, streams, Metroid Prime 1 and 2 were really tough to try and go for high completion percentages because, like, what stuff have I already picked up and how to cross-compare that to where, you know, trying to go for a full completion on a stream for those games, like not having any way of indicating where I have gotten stuff and all that would have been rough. But I got to do it for 3, so I'm happy. And I am hopeful that Prime 4 also will let you see where stuff is on the map. I would love to save. Want to say I was to start just going Bayonetta style. Oh, that's another game that I need to go back and finish, Bayonetta 2. I did stream through Bayonetta 1, and that game is pretty great. And so I should go back and do a playthrough of Bayonetta 2. But maybe that game runs better on the Switch too. Another thing that I'm kind of holding off on. Just in case. That I actually get the damn thing. So. That was Metroid Prime 3. I thought it was really good. I was expecting more annoyance with the motion control stuff, but overall, I think the weakest aspect of the game was the level design. I think having, like, the world being spread across separate planets, I don't think that did the game any favors. I think having the ship and being able to like jump between points on the map with the ship, or having some kind of system like that. I think that's okay. I think that's I think having that system in there worked out, but not having the interconnectivity between all of the planets is a bummer. Very streamlined, very little friction. Yeah, I would have liked a little more friction. I would have liked a little more exploration shenanigans. But I don't have many complaints to make overall, because I think the core gameplay was just a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun. Like, the boss fights in 3 were great. And, like, going permanent hyper mode at the end, that was a really cool end-of-game gimmick. Like, I enjoyed Prime 3. I think it was really good. This was a good new shake at the formula. Yeah, I'm very curious what Prime 4 is going to be. And it's like, a lot of people were dread when that was approaching release, because they were like, it's been so long since Fusion, and they're just doing a direct sequel to Fusion. Like, oh god, what are we going to get out of this? How could this possibly be, like, a faithful mainline continuation? And they nailed it. They knocked it out of the park. And so it's been a long-ass time since Metroid Prime 3 came out. And, you know, the team that worked on the original Prime trilogy, like, how many of them might still be there? But I'm just choosing to be optimistic. I am choosing to believe that they're gonna do a good job. Yeah, like, we got the Fusion 2 we didn't deserve. We didn't deserve Dread to be that good. With how many people talk up how dead this franchise is. And it would be nice if we got more Metroid, you know? But I mean, if the major installments... Like, we have gotten a couple of other Metroid games between, like, you know, between Prime 3 and Dread. You know, we got Samus Returns, which was alright, allegedly. But... if they're gonna make new Metroid games, and they're good, hell yeah, brother! I'm excited. I'm very excited for Prime 4. That's the wrong hold on screen. Hello. But between now and then, tomorrow is going to be more Lost Judgment. Might actually do main plot, because they have taken away all of my side stories, so I think I'm going to be forced to do at least a little main plot, despite my best efforts. Thursday, I'm thinking Thursday I'm going to try and make that a one-off kind of thing. It might... I've got a pile of games that I need to go through and at least do like one stream of, so that way they're tax deductible, but also just to show off more games. But it could be more abiotic factor. I hope folks have been enjoying those streams thus far. Saturday, fingers crossed, I've said this many times over the last month or so, but hopefully Saturday will be me and Acker getting back to Dark Souls co-op. We're about to go past the big gate, which is very exciting. And then next Monday, I think I'm going to stick with Metroidvanias on Monday. I don't know if it's going to be like Momodora and its sequel. I've got a couple. Rusted Moss is one. I've got a pile of neat roguelike type dealios that I could go check out. So that's the vague plan. Mondayvania, yeah. Thank you for the follow, Love Train. And thanks again, Umpuko, for the raid, Dan for the $25 donation, and 5 gift subs, and Taran for the $10 donation. Oh god, it's 2:30 in the morning. Who's still going? Who can I pass the people along to? It seems like most people are wrapping up for the night or have already wrapped up for the night. Hydroxy and Chaos is currently going? I don't know if they're going to be going for that much longer, but they do cool art. So I guess I'll raid over there. Thanks again for showing up and hanging out in chat and all that good stuff, and hopefully I'll see you all again tomorrow for Lost Judgment. Have a good one.